Afternoon all. Sorry about that. The microphone wasn't connected for some reason, but it is now, and I'm live. How are we all doing, people? Good to see plenty of you in. A bit later today. Been out all day and night, and some of this morning actually with my old darts team. Plymouth Inn annual darts outing, look. So didn't get back here till 11:30, so it was pushing it a bit to go live at 1. So apologies for all you followers down under, but unfortunately, I don't know. Saying that, I think Wenlock said this morning something about the daylight saving time. I don't know whether that goes forward or back. I'm really not sure, but maybe maybe that's gone in your favour. So good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. We've got Colin in, Colin Parnell. Hi, Colin. Timothy's in. Anthony's in. Rob Titheridge. Hi, Rob. Timothy's mentioning FM alignment. Strangely, I've had a look through the alignment info on this, and I don't think it's that complicated, actually. In fact, it's probably one of the easiest FM alignments I think I've ever seen. So it might be something we could look at. The problem you got with these Bush TR series is the adjustment cores, the ferrite cores, are very, very fragile, and I've had a lot of people like contact me asking me if I've got any of these cores, which I haven't. So I think really, unless it absolutely needs it, we're going to probably leave it alone. But we'll see. As I say, at the moment, if you watched last week, you'll know that AM works fine, but FM was really distorted. So we'll revisit that in a minute anyway, and we'll have a sort of a catch up on it. Aaron, afternoon. How are you? Sunny Penzance. Yes, but it's nice here today actually. A little bit cloud about, but it's very nice. Hi, Multi. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Derek. Rob Bond. Hi, Rob. Harp's coming back later after picking his wife up from work, so maybe the clocks are in our favour. Afternoon, Les. And Rob Cross. And thanks to Les as well for looking after the dogs yesterday afternoon. Les popped over and took the dogs out for us while I was away and Mrs. Cruncher was at work. So thank you for that, Les. Rob Cross, hi Rob, how are you? Man Cave's in. How you doing, Sean? Luigi, hi Luigi. My voice is a bit funny, isn't it? Probably shouting above all the noise last night, I suspect. Theo T, thanks very much, mate, for the compliments. Aaron, yeah, I said hello, didn't I? Yeah. Jukta, Jataka, good afternoon to you, mate. And Harvey's in. Crack, panic. That's the cause, is it? Yeah. Cyberflyer, hi. How you doing? Benji's in. Mick McGinn. Thomas Kitts. Les loves looking after Coco and Maddie. So, yeah, thanks again, Les. Yes. So, I've been busy this week. Really busy, actually. If I skip you onto my bench. Dave Rhodes, how are you, mate? Dipping in and out. No worries, good to have you. And GT Jeff, hi Jeff, how are you? Yeah, the voice is a bit scratchy. Probably because we were singing Christmas songs on the way home in the minibus last night. I don't know where that all started. Yeah, we were crazy. But there you are. That's what happens when you put a load of blokes together and send them into lots of pubs. Thomas, how are you, mate? Stormy day in New York. You're getting the end of the Hurricane Ian. Yeah, I did see that was pretty rough, wasn't it? Very rough. Hopefully we don't get it over here, Thomas. You work the States. Yeah, I think you said you work the States from out in your car, didn't you? In the driveway, Les. Interesting stuff. On 10 meters, get on. 10 meters must have been open. Thanks, Benji. A sing-along does you good. Yeah, it didn't do my voice any good, Harvey. I think we had Slade on at one stage. I think that was the best one. That's the trouble is nobody knows the words to half these things, do they? But pretty much most of them got the Slade thing. Anyway, let's have a look at the bench, because you can see the Bush VTR in the background, and this is what I've been up to this week. This is Chris Milkey's VHF Herald that I've recovered. Well, not recovered it. I've padded it, so now you can see if I push my finger into it, the light's not going to let me know, but you can see we've got a nice bit of padding, and you might be able to see that the grill is sort of inset into the foam now. So yeah, that's come up really good. Looks brilliant, actually. I don't think I've done a red one before. So I've got new grill cloth in behind the white grill, because there was none on it before, and all the pegs had obviously snapped off, so that's all glued back in now. I've just got to put the trim back around it and the white piece in. And this is the front panel. So again, you can see that the hacker badge is pushed into the foam. So you can always tell if you've got foam in a radio, because you'll see that sort of like dipped in badge, really. As I say, I don't think there's any with original foam in them now. They've all perished long ago, but yeah, come up really well. You know, there's some little nicks in the cloth, but luckily I've got a paint that virtually matches this identically. So I've managed to touch up any sort of like little scratches and nicks, so it's looking really good. So again, I've got to pop the trim back on around this one. So that'll get done probably tomorrow, and I should be able to get it back together this week and on its way out to Chris in the US of A. So there you are, Chris. All done, if you're watching. And soon to be winging its way out to you. Got my cup of tea on the way, because I've literally just finished my lunch. And here we are with the Bush VTR. I did sort out my power supply. I've got a power strip down here. You can't really see it, but it's sort of like here. And this one, for some reason, is packed up. I've got no power to the sockets, but I've got power coming to the plug, if you know what I mean. So there's a break in the cable there somehow. I don't know how that's happened. Thanks, Multi. Cheers, Rob and Les and Mr. Man Cave and Harvey. So yeah, this is the VTR103, and I put the back on it just to protect it, really. So I've now got my power supply working, so we can hook it up to the power supply rather than use a battery in it. It's in really good condition, this. I've got somebody that's possibly interested in this locally, so he came with a key to fix. Thank you, Rob. What paint did you use on the hacker badge? I didn't use any paint on the hacker badge, Rob. It was already good. But I think the paint that I've got would match it. It's like a red colour. It's virtually the same red as this, really, maybe a little bit brighter. But yeah, the badge was already good on this one, so I didn't need to touch it up. But the paint that I've got a couple paints here. This is the one that I used for the case colour. I could stick that on the overhead camera, can't I? If it'll focus, will you focus? So that's the paint that I used on the material, which is matte. I don't think it's called, I don't think that's the paint's name, matte. It just means it's a matte finish. Matte 153, and that's Umbro enamel. As I say, it's a fairly good match. Where have I touched it up that I can show you? Can't really see. But it needs obviously a bit of polish on the top of it because it's matte. And probably, I mean, if you look at the badge colour, if I can get the light to go a bit better. There we go. I mean, I've got this here, which is insignia red. It's probably a bit too bright for it, to be honest, but probably not a million miles off. I think you'd have to repaint the whole badge. I'm trying to think if I've done a red one before, because normally I use a spray paint and then I'll just use some very fine wet and dry paper to just bring back the brass on the badge. That's normally what I do, but as you can see, that one is pretty immaculate, isn't it? Oh, Robert and Michael Hyde, how are you? Robert Head, that is. Thanks very much. I did stick at this on Patreon in the week. I'm trying to think. I mean, I've touched up the corners. It's difficult to see with the lights a bit strange. If we get back over that way a bit more, you might sort of see it. But yeah, you can't really see the difference. There's quite a big dink in it on the edge here, so I need to build up a bit more paint on that. But it's a pretty good match. Pretty good match. Pretty good match. But yeah, I don't think that would be that far off for the badge. I have got some red spray paint up here somewhere as well, which might be good. But I think anything sort of a brick red sort of colour would look fine, as long as you respray the whole badge and don't try and touch it up. I think if you try and touch it up, it'll look pretty bad. Hopefully that sorted you out, Rob. Dave, how are you doing, David? Good of you to join us. What's the situation with the time over there then, David? Have you gained an hour, lost an hour? Are we an hour earlier or an hour later? I'm not really sure. I'm on a bit later today, I know, because I've been away. But I'm sure Wenlock said this morning there's a time change, but that might be he's maybe in a different place than you. I'm not really sure. Let's have a slurp of my tea a minute. So I've not done anything more to the Hacker Mayflower yet because I forgot to order the resistor from RS. I ordered some, what did I order from RS that arrived here the other day? Oh, it was the rectifier for a Yaesu receiver I'm working on. I can't find them now. But yeah, I had to order a couple rectifiers. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I had to order a couple rectifiers for this Yaesu receiver. If anyone's interested, it's coming from Belgium for repair. There it is. It's a monster. It's a monster. And let's just take that power lead out. One of the first things to do on these is this little power supply board down in here. And it needs a new filter cap. You need to change the other caps and pop a new rectifier in. But I had a job finding a decent replacement rectifier. The one that I used to use on these is no longer made. And I looked this thing up and it's 2 amp, and I thought it was actually more than that. I was using a 6 amp one previously. But apparently this is only 2 amp, although it's got really sturdy legs on it. But it's not high voltage, it's only 100 volt. And I think this thing chucks out about 15 volts, I think. Might be 13 volts, and this ups it to about 15. The bridge. So yeah, I bought this. I did think I had some of those other ones still in stock, but I haven't, and as I say, they've discontinued them because they were very similar in size. Just hoping that this is the same configuration, but the legs aren't as big on this, but it's got a bigger surface area, so that should be fine. So that's a 3 amp bridge. So yeah, I'll have to look up. Hopefully it's the same configuration as this one. Should be. So yeah, that's an up and coming project. If anyone's interested, this is the Yaesu FRG 7700. There's lots of things that need looking at. I think the dial calibration's out. Yeah, there's a few things wrong with it. The main fault, which I've already found, strangely enough, was down here. You can't see it. Let me just get the camera down. So this set came in as totally dead. I know we're deviating from the other one, but we'll just have a quick look at this. So you can see I've got it set to 240 at the moment. Now this 220 volt label was stuck over the top of this to stop you altering it. But what had happened is, in transit somewhere along the line, it had got knocked off of 220, and it was halfway between 220 and 240. It took me a little while to work out what it was, because I knew I had power coming into the set, but I couldn't work out why I was getting nothing out of the transformer. It turns out that unless that's actually on one of the marks, it doesn't actually make contact, so you've got to physically turn it till it clicks. And if you heard that, you know. So just for test purposes at the moment, I've got it in 240 because my voltage is about 244 volts. The chap that sent this, I think it's Julio over in Belgium, said that their voltage over there is 220. So I need to make sure that I stick it back on 220 and reaffix the label over the top afterwards. But yeah, that was something that could have proved a bit of an issue, because I was originally thinking that the transformer had gone, but luckily not. So let me just get that down off the bench, but that's what the rectifier is for anyway, for the power supply. So that's another one on the bench this week to look out for. Right, let's get back to the subject of today's video, which is the good old VTR103. And if you remember last week, we did some capacitors. We did this one down here. We did this little one in here, which was the discriminator capacitor. There's still some to do in here, but I'm not sure if these are going to be part of the issue. We've got the discriminator diodes on the other side of the board, so probably today we're going to end up having to take this out of the chassis, which is always a bit scary, because to take this out of the chassis, you've got to get that off. That's got to come off. I was going to cheat and spray a bit of something in there, but I totally forgot to do it, so that's going to be interesting, trying to get that off. So let's get my power supply hooked up now that I've got a new extension lead plugged in, and we can test it on the power supply, see what current it's drawing as well. Could have done it on a meter, but we'll see what current it's drawing. I think this was last used to test one of my Walkmans. It's a 9-volt set. Let's just set the current limit to say 50 millivolts. Just connect the wires up, turn it back on. That's half an amp, that's too much. Well, there we go, 40 milliamps, that'll do. Always good to have a current limited supply when you're firing up a radio for the first time. I know we didn't do it last week. Took a bit of a chance. Right, all connected. Let's see. What are we doing then? Let me just catch up with the chat, because there's a fair bit of chat. I think we've got Don in now, so welcome, Don. Oh, you haven't changed in Queensland, David? Yes, Harvey, it's the FRG 7700. Yeah, Robert's R600 does look very nice in red. I haven't seen Sean's video on the R747 yet, but Sean has been restoring and repairing a Roberts R747. So if you've not seen it, pop over to the Man Cave Workshop YouTube channel and have a look. Afternoon, Jess, how are you? Do you get many eggs from the chickens? We've lost another chicken. We're down to 3, Jess. We're down to 3 from the original 9. Well, not the original 9, from 9. So they're dropping off of old age mainly. Yeah, Aaron's saying that the old contact switches were like that. The contacts had to make exactly, otherwise no continuity. But that certainly was the case. I really had almost written the transformer off, Aaron, until I sort of traced everything back. What's that, David? You're on your PC now, hopeless on a phone. There's always one clock missed. It does have the memory module, Harvey, but in the last, well, one of the ones that I've done in recent years was Clint's from the Oxford shortwave log. I fixed his, and it turned out that the issue that was messing up the PLL was the memory module. Probably bad RAM, I expect. So I just disconnected it and away it went. And Clint really wasn't ever using the memory, so he said, "That's fine, leave it like it is." So that really cured it. Spent a long time trying to fault find that. Yeah, I should be able to get some string under it, Timothy. I'll try with my fingers first. You never know. Just catching up. Sean reckons it's the AF transistor. Don's saying, joining you tonight from our camper bus. Very nice, Don. Hopefully you've got good signal there, mate. Cody's afternoon. Wooden stirrer sticks work well for removing the dial. Spraying stuff in doesn't work as it's sealed. Spraying stuff doesn't work. Yeah, I just thought I could get some WD-40 up with the straw in behind and just hit that, but yeah, it's difficult. Don't think I would have got it in there really, would I? But thanks, Paul. Let her rip. Ben, how you doing, mate? Chris A, hi Chris. Down in Victoria, plus 1 hour, so you've gone forward an hour. Dances with Aardvarks, how you doing, mate? You've had an FRG 7700 for donkey's years. I found it handy to listen to IF strips and noisy PLLs. Oh, interesting, Harvey. Harb, it's 12:30 in the morning there. Oh, so you've gone the wrong way then, really. So until our clocks change, we won't catch back up again, will we? So Derek's money's on the V5 or one of the OA79 diodes. I think Sean's favouring the transistors. So let's stick some power on her then and have a look. I'll just stick a wire on the aerial for now rather than pull it out. Let's have a look. Drawing 30 milliamps, so that's good. VHF. Put a bit of volume on. What do you think?
Beat and conformist.
What's the next piece that we're going to hear, Magnus? What should we listen out for?
Well, the next piece is the vernacular one.
Okay.
Deliver me from my
It's working.
And this actually spread like
It's working.
During his lifetime.
Gingerbread house that you have to have an engineering degree to put together with lights that go on the inside. And then they say, like, oh, but I don't know what to do with plants. What if I kill something? And I'm like, well, the difference between plants and cooking is when you put a cake in the oven, it doesn't try and claw itself out of the oven when it's about to burn. Plants have survived for millions of years without any human intervention. There aren't squirrels in nature trained the exact right angle to prune roses at the perfect time.
What do you think? Now, I've got a confession, because on Tuesday, I had this one on the bench still. I thought, oh, I'll just take it off the bench, because I was working on the front and back of the Hacker VHF Herald. And I thought, oh, I'll just switch it on a minute and just have a quick scan through. And sure enough, it started working. Now, I've done nothing to it at all. I have done absolutely nothing to this radio apart from switch it back on again. So something has happened to make the radio work again. Now my thoughts are that we've got a capacitor that's reformed itself somewhere in the radio. Now, the ones that we thought they might be, I've changed. So it's not likely to be those. So it's got to be one of the capacitors in it that's dodgy, I would think. But what do you think? It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. And it's not Christmas yet, is it? Derek's saying RV1 may be dirty. But if you remember, Derek, we actually did manipulate that last week. And I think I did spray a bit of switch cleaner in there as well. So we did try that last week, and that didn't do it. But unless it was had a little bit of oxidization still on it and leaving it sat maybe over a couple of days with the switch cleaner on it, maybe that could have taken some of the tarnish off. I don't know. Yeah, there's two AF115s, I think it is, Timothy, in the FM stage. Let me get you the circuit up, because I've still got it up here from last time. So let's go to the circuit. Let's get you in a bit closer to the FM stage. So this is the FM stage that's inside that aluminium cover. So we've got VT1, which is an AF114, and we've got VT2, which is an AF115. So it could be that there was a short on one of those, and somehow it's sort of like moved a little bit and lifted to allow the signal through. I don't know. But the main area of our concentration was over here in the discriminator section. If you remember, we changed this C46 capacitor. And the other one I changed was this one over here, C16, which is also on that VHF circuit. So really, I'm tempted to think that it is something in the VHF circuit. And I'm not sure what, because, I mean, this is on a rail, but not the VHF rail. We've done that one. It's got to be a capacitor, I'm sure. But C47 is just, what's that one doing? That's just feeding the signal from the volume pot into the output stage. So it's unlikely to be that one, because AM was working. Got to be something up here. Could it be one of these non-polarized, non-electrolytic ceramic, or I don't know if that might be a mica, but that's actually inside the can. Both of those two are both inside of IFT6. Because we thought it was going to be one of these diodes, didn't we? CD2 or CD3 OA79s. That's what the general consensus was. It was one of those. And this is RV1, the pot that we had to play with. So it might be that just moving it last Sunday and squirting some switch cleaner on it is what's actually cleared it. I don't know. I really don't know. Answers on a postcard. Let's go back further in the stage, and so let's follow it back through here into VT5, which I think Derek thought might be an issue. But if you remember, I've lifted the shield wire on these three IF transistors. Doesn't mean to say there's still not a partial short in there, but it is letting AM through, which sort of says that it could be okay, but sometimes you'll find it'll let the lower frequency for AM through, but it won't let the higher frequency FM IF through. So sometimes it can be one of these causing an issue still, even though I've removed the shields. So this is the FM IF can, IFT4. Again, there's two non-polarized capacitors in the can, which are going to be silver mica, I expect. So coming back a bit further, IFT2, so we've got C23 there. Again, 3,300 picofarads. These rarely go wrong. It's not to say they can't go wrong, but they rarely do. Oh, that's AM, sorry. FM's down here. So yeah, we've got two in the can there, look. Very rare that they go wrong. In fact, I've never had one go wrong in a can. I've had the diodes go in a can before, but not the capacitors. So where else could we be? So that's showing switched into VHF at the moment. So it's grounding that switch out via the medium wave tab. What else could we be? It's going through there, there. So don't think this one comes into play for FM, does it? No, I think that's the mixer oscillator for AM, is it? Yeah, so that's the AM mixer oscillator there, I think. I'm just looking if there's anything around these switches that might give us a clue. I mean, could it be... There's nothing on the power rail because AM wouldn't work, would it? It's a bit of a mystery, to be fair. I mean, it could well be that we've got a short on one of these two that is intermittent. I can't really see what else it could be because there's no other capacitors in that circuit, really. So let's see what you chaps and ladies, if there's any out there, think it could be then. Thanks for subscribing at CH3825. Welcome, mate. So, so Derek thinks a switch cleaner may well have done it. It could well be, Derek, because we did squirt some on it, didn't we? The Yaesu has cured it. It could be Jataka. You missed that last week. Yeah, you'll have to have a look, Rob. Yeah, we have lost one, which is a shame. Rich A, how you doing, mate? A late lunch. It is sounding. You could play tap tap on the VT5 anyway. Check the voltages. Yeah, true, we've got voltages on the circuit there, haven't we? Was the battery used last week in it? Week? I don't think it was. I've got the battery here actually, so I can check that in a minute. So we can check that. It could have been that, but then no. Saying that, I've only just put it on the power supply. Prior to that, when I turned it on Tuesday, it was on this battery and it was working on this battery. So no, it's not the battery, but it's a good thought though. How are you feeling, Harb? Anyway, sounds like you're out and about, so could be good. Marquis, good afternoon. Did Mrs. Cruncher fix it? Now, there's a thing she could have done, couldn't she? She could have come up, whipped it out the chassis when I wasn't looking, and fixed it and put it back together again. Unlikely, but you know. I think Mrs. Cruncher come anywhere near any of my radio. She just wants them out of the way. Really got to sort out some space for Mrs. Cruncher because it's getting a bit overcrowded. So if anyone's got a storage unit in North Devon that they want to let out for a reasonable price, you'll have to let me know. So yeah, it is a bit of a mystery. It could well be one of these has got a short on it. Derek's saying VT5. Yeah, it could be a dodgy VT5. Check the voltages, he's saying. So we could check some voltages. Be an interesting experiment, because that's one of the ways you would check to see if a transistor is faulty. So what we got there, I take it you're still on this screen, but VT5, look, we've got 5.9 volts on the emitter by the looks of it, 0.2 volts on the collector and 5.5 on the base. I don't know if that's just for FM or is it the same. It's going to be the same for both, I suppose, isn't it? Because it will be energized through. Saying that, it comes back up. So on AM, it looks like it's fed. It might go through there actually. Yeah, okay. I was thinking it was fed down through here, but it looks like it goes through that little coil there and back down. So of course it could be a problem with one of these IFs, couldn't it? Well, the IF transformers could have a little hairline break or something that's making them breaking. Certainly possible. But as I say, the radio does not look messed with. So we can try the voltages, look on VT5 and to see how we get on. We've got voltages for these. Yes, we have. Okay. 6.8, 6.9. Looks like we've got connection points 3 and 6 there as well. Whether we can get at that, I don't know. So probably might be best to start with this first, then perhaps check the voltages here, because if we have got a short on one of these, it's going to pull the voltage. So we've got 6.8 on the base there, 6.9 on the emitter. No voltage reading for the collector. Same on this, they don't seem to worry. Oh, hang on, 6. No, it's not going to be, because I've got a blocking, a DC block in there. Yeah, there's no voltage for the collectors, but we can check the base and the emitter voltages on both of these. So let's do that then. Let's get the chat up. Ready for your next challenge, Rob? Good. Your wife just said she knows how Mrs. Cruncher feels re-radios in the house. I know, David, it is bad. I really do need to sort it, because it's getting in my way as well in here to work. You know, I've got radios everywhere in this room, let alone out on the landing and in the spare room. I need to clear some more space up in the loft, get some of the boxes out of the way and get them put up there. Because she's looking to get the Christmas decks down soon, and you know, we need space for the Christmas decks. Afternoon, Derek, how are you? Glad to hear you're alright, mate. Your missus as well, Daniel, I know. Do you really need more tools? I know. I'm pretty much up to date with tools, to be fair. For what I need, I've got pretty much everything tool-wise. There's a few bits of test gear I could still do with, but that's another story. And another 3D printer, because I think mine is just, I wouldn't say it's beyond repair, but it's definitely, it's a real pain in the backside, that is. Okay, so Derek's saying it's 0 volts since the collectors go through L3 and L6, very low resistance. Thanks for that, Derek. You think when they're left alone they breed? They certainly breed a lot here, I'll tell you that. Right, let's have a look then at some of these voltages, see if I can get into these to measure them. The problem is here is there's not any real access without taking this radio out of the chassis. Oh, come on, you know you want to go. Let's get that out of the way. Can I probably get in there? Yeah, I might be able to get in there with a multimeter. Let's hook the meter up and see if I can get some voltages. I need to drink my tea actually because it's going cold. I'm not keen on cold tea. I can drink cold coffee, but cold tea is not particularly nice. Right, I need a couple clips really. Just use a couple hookup wires for now. Well, one just for the ground. So can must be ground. Let's see if I can get you in. Okay, let's make sure I'm on the right screen. Yes, I am. Yeah, you can see that. Excellent. So let me just switch back to my my circuit diagram. Pop my chat up in front of that. So there we are. All sorted. Right. So if I just twist this around, say these leads were very kindly given to me by Robert Cross. So, Rob, thank you very much, mate. These are great. These are fluke leads, and they've got this little shroud on that either gives you just a very fine point, so you're not going to short anything out, or you can go to a bigger point just by twisting it. So that's rated at 1000 volts, category 3, and that way it's category 2, 1000 volts. So anyway, I'm digressing. Let's turn it on.
Many supporting cap.
Still working. So I've got collector shield. Which one am I on? I don't know which one I'm on. Which is VT1 and which is VT2. Let me just scroll up a little bit. Yeah, my voice is a bit scratchy today. VT1. Okay, that's VT2 is there. So that's VT1 down there. Let's just listen to that a minute.
Timon, the assistant producer, was on your DAS. It's a Something Else production.
So someone did suggest tapping one of the
BBC Radio 4.
cans.
Mention my name in your tweets.
We're inspecting compositions.
From every genre and around the world.
To search out surprising connections.
Ah, don't you do the copyright thing, that's naughty. Naughty radio.
Add to playlist.
Right, so let's have a look. So this is VT1. I can't see. I literally can't see in there. I'm going to have to get my eyes on. It's quite small, actually. I probably could do with my little probe. Bear with me. Let me just get my little probe a minute. My thin one, because it's a bit big, that tip, to go in there. The innuendos are coming already, I'm sure. What have I done with my test lead adapters? They should be just here. There we are. So I've just, one of these has gone walkabout somewhere, but these are very, very useful. These little tiny, very thin tipped clip leads. I don't know if they fit these or not. Yes, they do. There we are. Right, so we have got base, which is there. So we've got 7.2 volts on the base of VT1. And it should be 6.9. Slightly high, but I'm not measuring it with an AVO, I'm measuring it with a digital meter. This is one of these true RMS ones, so it's going to read slightly higher. So we've got 7.2 on the base, and the emitter is 7.5. So that's right, because it should be 6.9 and 7.3, so we've got a slight rise in voltage, so that's okay. And we can check the collector. So we've got nothing on the collector. Okay, let's go to the next one then, which is VT2. So again, we should see 6.8 on the base and 6.9. So there's not a lot of difference there on the emitter. So the base is there. 6.9, bang on. Well, no, 6.8. And emitter, 7.1. So those are fine. I can have a look, see if there's voltage on the shield. There shouldn't be any voltage on the shield. Nothing on that shield. Nothing on that shield. So it doesn't look like those have got shorts on them, which that's good news. So these two transistors look to be good. Derek said VT5, so let me just see where VT5 is in the circuit. VT5, where are you? That's the back of the thing. It's the front. VT4, VT5 is the very bottom one here. That's the one that Derek has suggested that we look at. So let's see if I can keep that in the frame. Let me get the circuit diagram back up. So VT5 we should have. We've got all three measurements here now, so we've got 5.5 volts on the base, so let's try that first. The base is going to be green wire, so that's that one there. 5.6, pretty close. 0.2 on the collector, so next to nothing on the collector, which is the blue wire. 0.19, so that's bang on. And the emitter has got 5.9 volts on it, allegedly. That's got to be the yellow one then. So yeah, perfect. No problems with that transistor by the looks of it, although we know it's got a short probably to ground, but the ground is disconnected. So let's go back one to VT4 then, which is probably the one above it. Check that one. Just double check that that is VT4. Yeah, it's VT4, it's the middle one. So we've got some different voltage. We've got 5.6 on the base on this one. And that's a green wire. And get in there. Come on. Where are you? Trying to get a good concept. There we go. 5.8, slightly high, but 0.2 of a volt might not make a difference. Emitter should be 6.1. So emitter is that one. 6. Well, that's virtually 6.1. So we've got slightly high voltage on the base, but not enough to worry about. And the collector, we've got 2.4 on the collector, and it should be 2.15. So we're slightly high there. Probably not enough to make a difference. And again, if I did test it on an Avo, it might be different. We could get an Avo out if anyone wants to have a play with an Avo. As I say, I don't think VT3 comes into it really on VHF, because I believe the switch is switching it. No, it's not. It does work on VHF actually, for some reason. So we've got, again, we're only measuring the base and the emitter on this. So base is 5.2, emitter 5.6. So base 5.2. Ah, come on. Base is there. 5.4, near enough. And the emitter 5.6. So it should be 5.2 and 5.6. It's very slight. I don't think any of those measurements are going to cause the problem that we had. Somewhere it sounds like we've got a dodgy cap, or it could well be that squirting the switch cleaner on that pot down there. If I zoom you in on that, I'll show you what I mean. Where are we? Just here, so we're over a bit, aren't we? That away. So yeah, that's the pot just in underneath there that we squirted with switch cleaner. Where are we? Just there. That's RV1 there. So it could well be that. That's what Derek's saying could be it, because I say there really isn't anything else in that circuit that we haven't already looked at. So let's get me chat back up. Let's catch up with the chat. Zoom you back out again because you're like way in there now. Going out for about an hour. I've got to get the COVID vaccine booster. Well done, Derek. I've got mine on the 17th. As you know, I had to shoot off early on Sunday to get my flu jab, which literally I was in and out in about a minute. It was unbelievable. It's like a conveyor belt. I walked in, they took my name, got my records up, on to the next person. Yeah, go and see the nurse there. Nurse said, blah, 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 allergies, all the rest of it, bang, gone, out the door. So it was really, really quick. Couldn't believe how quick it was. Robert's back from eating his dinner. I hope you had a good dinner. Valdir, how are you, mate? You've got to choose your political representatives. Well, good luck with that. Paul sent me a link. Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. Night, David. Catch you soon, mate. I'll be on earlier next week, I expect. Unless it's demanded that I go and drink more in pubs, which hopefully not. Sean saying perhaps something did reform. You do like a good needle swing, but you've proven the transistors are doing the job. Yeah, it is. I think I can't really see a capacitor in that circuit, Sean. So it could well be that it was the dirty pot, but I'm not convinced because I did spray it last week and I gave it a good old going over. You know, I didn't just spray it and leave it. I moved it forward and back quite a few times to try and clean it. So, yeah, sometimes you do find that though. If you spray switch cleaner in, say, a potentiometer, and it's still scratchy, if you leave it in there, it can actually clean it overnight. So, don't think if you squirt switch cleaner in and it's still scratchy that it's going to stay that way, because very often it will work its magic and clean it off over a period of time. Unless anyone else got any suggestions, certainly we look like we've got the correct voltages everywhere, which is good news. And the radio, as you can hear, is still
the question. And we agree, yes.
Working absolutely perfectly.
Bush again makes the statement, and Gorbachev agrees again.
Sounds absolutely brilliant.
The key commitment that NATO would not move 1 inch east.
Han, you need to invent that story. Tell him you would say I could drive a pin.
By the children of Audrey Balcom. And good luck to David Balcom, who's running the London Marathon as we speak. And
yeah, it's working great. Bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's working fine. So Don reckons it is. Yeah, it is got good gain, Les. It's very sensitive actually, surprisingly, because it is an old radio. Let's have a look, see what Mr. Cody's has sent me then. I don't know if I've got Messenger open at the moment. No, I haven't. Let's find Messenger a minute. Assuming that's where Paul sent it. It seems that it could well be. I mean, that is in the discriminator circuit, Sean, and it did sound like one of the discriminator diodes wasn't working. Paul sent me a picture out of the service manual. Let's just download that a minute so I can click to open in Explorer. Download. So Paul has just sent me this, which looks like it's the an excerpt from the service manual. Some good pictures actually. So yeah, you can see VT1 and VT2 there, look. So yeah, I was able to just get in behind this ferrite here and measure the voltages on it. Cheers for that, Paul. I don't know, where have you got that from then? Is that from the service manual? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the service manual. No, it's not that one. What's it doing to me? Yeah, that's a much better picture though, Paul. It is, I've got it on here, but yours is a much better scan. So someone scanned the original manual for that. So cheers for that. So you can see it's still the same one, but it's not as clear. Derek very kindly sent me this manual last week, which is great. And as I say, it's a sort of strange setup. So there's a core adjuster there, look, which is, I really don't know, it's just like a little bit stuck up. Can't really see where that is. Okay, it's over near the tuning gang somewhere, so I've probably got to take it out of the chassis to alter that. Yeah, I can't see it on this side of the chassis. Tuning spindle. Yeah, it's on the other side of the chassis, this core adjuster. So to do any alignment on that FM, we'd have to take it out of the chassis. But yeah, looking at the alignment procedure, basically you've got to rig up this little bit of kit here, which does make it seem very easy. A DC balance meter. Now I think my VTVM will do balance because it's got a center 0 position. I think that's what a DC balance meter is. So it's a microammeter with 50 microamps full scale deflection. So I'd need to see what I've got here that will do that. And then we've got a DC output meter between test point 2 and the chassis. but it looks like we've got to rig something up with two 220k resistors between test point 2 and the chassis. I take it that's, is that ground? It's got positive there. Is that the positive of the chassis? Let me just make sure I've got yeah, okay, you can see that. So yeah, the FM doesn't seem to be overly complex. It doesn't, I don't think it wants a swept signal going in. No, it just wants 30% modulation at 400 kilohertz. I know, 400 hertz, sorry, not kilohertz. Yeah, interesting. So we don't need a swept generator for AM and FM IF alignment. Yeah, very interesting. So RV1, so we're doing the discriminator there, aren't we? It's good that it's got that information in there, so maybe that's something that we can look at. But I really don't want to be turning these IF cores. I really don't want to be turning those. Are they the ones that go all the way through, I wonder, or are they just ones that have got it in the top? We'll have a look at that in a second. Chris, how you doing, mate? You missed the early part, Chris, where I showed the front and back cover of your VHF Herald. Looking good. Hope you're all right, mate. I think we're all saying it's going to be the switch. It would have been the switch clean that's caused that issue. Yeah, but what, Aaron? I mean, all the voltages are measuring correct on the transistors, which would say that those circuits are all good. Because if we had a problem with any of those components in that circuit, then we would have got dodgy readings on the transistors. Anthony's saying a cap's reformed. I'm really not sure which one though, Anthony, because there's nothing in that circuit that we haven't changed really. Yeah, well, we haven't actually physically reformed it, Aaron. We've just literally put power on the set, which may have reformed a cap or may not. We're not sure. Night, Don. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Catch you next week. I'll try and get on a bit earlier next week for you. Yeah, no worries, Chris. I say I did show it on the video earlier, so if you play it back later on, you'll see a live footage of it. A live footage even. So it should be ready to go this week, Chris, and on its way to you. Right, what to do then? What to do? We really ought to measure some capacitors, because it's highly likely that these, actually probably best to get that up out of the way. So it's highly likely that things like this L-commode are really a bit poorly. And although it's working, it could fail at any time, and it could also take out some of our very rare transistors. I say rare. They might not be rare, but they're certainly expensive to replace. I've just dipped one of my test leads in my cup of tea there. Nice. I won't be drinking that then now. Well, finish. I've nearly finished it. Still got the croaky voice though. So yeah, I think we'll test some of these caps. I mean, these orange covered ones. It's a shame because they've got the date on there, like June 1962. Could they be stuffed? I don't know. Sounds like Maddie's going out, as you can hear. Just trying to see the best way of testing these in circuit. We'll see if they'll test in circuit. So these are the three on this side of the board. There's one that has to be done on the other side of the board. Can you remember that little tiny nasty looking thing? Where's my bag of bits for this one? And a little baggie with the bits in. Yeah, this little white 8 microfarad thing there. Can you see that? Well, I know for a fact there's another one on the other side of the board that will also be bad, but I'm not sure what part of the circuit that's in, so we can have a look at that as well. So temporarily hooked that up, didn't I? Because I was going to possibly stuff that one that I took out. So let's disconnect it then. Let's make sure we've got no voltage left in these before I test them. Well, that was discharged very quick, so there might be a resistor across it. A little bit here. I'm just checking to see if there's any voltage in them really. So we're there and there. No, nothing. Done those. There's not going to be anything in this one, is there really? Either. No. Okay, they've got no voltage in them. Let's see if I can hook the ESR meter up to them. What's the best way to do this? So we've got that one there. And that one there. Right, let's have a look, see if this will measure in circuit. So we're looking at that. It's not an Elka motor, it's a Plessy. So let's see if that'll measure in circuit or not. Okay, it says it's in circuit leaky, but we've got a very high ESR. So although it's in circuit, it will still give us a half decent ESR measurement. But there might be a resistor across it which is causing 6.3 ohms, which is too high, way too high. Let's see what size that cap is, because the label's gone. They do love their walks, Les. Your scan ping. Cheers, Paul. So you've got the original manual of this, have you, Paul? Oh, very nice. Thanks for that, Paul. Very good. Because really, when you're looking, if you just have a quick look, do my screen. So this is what Paul's just sent me, an actual scan. Is this your original manual, Paul? But if we go in, for example, to this, you can see all the components a lot clearer from an original manual. Very nice. Cheers for that, Paul. You can tell it's original because it's got a yellow paper look, which is definitely as it would have been. So the other one's been cleaned up and squashed down to enable it to be sent to people, I suppose, and downloaded for a lower file size. So yeah, C44 is the capacitor in question here. So, oh yeah, very good. Look at that. And the one on the other side is this one here, look, C39. That one's in nearly all the TR series radios. We've got another 1, 2, 3 Plessis on the other side of the board. So we'll get this out of the chassis in a minute if I can. So I can get it out without damaging that front. I've forgotten know which one I was looking at. C44. Let's see what size that should be. So it's in the output. It's got to be the big one on the speaker side here somewhere. C44, where are you? 350 microfarads it should be. Up here. Okay. Cheers for that, Paul. Very nice. So we're going to have to see if we can get that out. So let me just put my rubberized mat down on the table because we don't want to scratch the front of this one up. Again, it's going to be worth. Well, it depends. If someone just wants a working radio, or they want a restoration job where all the components are original, in which case it's going to be restuffing things. So let's see if I can get this out. Where's my eyes? Just lift one leg of it and I can test it properly then. That looks like that's on the top, so let's get the forceps in. It'll heat up. Okay, right, we should be able to test it properly now. So let's have some guesses as to what this is going to be then. So we've got allegedly a 350 microfarad. Is that right? Oh, 320 microfarad, isn't it? I can't really see. See if I can loosen that nut. Spin it around. Oh, it's loving it. It's loving it. Let it go. Yeah, it's 350 microfarads at, is that 12 volts? Yeah, 350 at 12 volts it is. So what do you think? 350 microfarads at 12 volts. Place your bets. So we know the ESR is quite high, but it might have changed the ESR now that it's out of circuit. What's my guess? I reckon probably something like, it's Plessy, I'm going to say 600. I'm going to go big and say 600. I've gone highest of all it. Oh, hang on. Paul's working in picofarads. You think it's 680 microfarads then, do you, Paul? So Paul's gone even higher than me. Let's get the water on the go. You can tell I've been on the beer too much, can't you? Are we all done? Theo's not in, you see, to put a line under it. Where's Theo today? Let's do it then. Let's push the button and see what we got. Wow, that's not too bad. That's actually not too bad. It's still a bit high ESR, really, for that sort of thing. So we've got 401.6. Actually, that's a usable capacitor, really. So who was closest to that then? 401. We've got Les at 400. You've been up and tested this one yesterday, Les, didn't you? It's Les. Well done, Les. only 1.6 microfarads out, Les. You know, you've got to try harder next time. So really, what would you put in place of a 350? Would you stick a 330 in, or would you go higher, which would be, what's higher than 330? It's an awkward size to sort, isn't it? We've got 470 would be the next size up, but that's way too high, really. You'd be better off putting in a 330 that was slightly high, I think. So look what a brand new 330 would look like on the meter. Because really I would have thought with a higher capacitance like that, it would be a lower ESR. But really that cap is still usable and probably won't need changing. So let's try a 330 brand new. Yes, it's reading 447, look. That's reading pretty high, isn't it? 1.37 ohms ESR, so yeah, that one pretty much can stay in there for now. I'm trying to think, I mean, you can buy awkward sized caps, but they're usually radials, not axials. See if we've got something. I think, did they do a 370? I can't remember now. 330, they do a 270. I've got some weird and wonderful sized caps here in my collection. 560. And the last ditch look is in this box usually. No, so there's nothing close. It would have to be a 330 really, wouldn't it, if we were to change it? But I think that one can stay, to be honest, for now. If I was selling the radio, I would do that one just for the future proofing and not having it come back. So if I was selling it on, I would change that one, but for now it can stay exactly as it is. So let's pop it on. As I say, it is for sale. Anybody wants a VTR? Obviously all the transistors will be zapped and caps will be done and stuffed so it looks as original as possible. Let's lift one of these. What are these? Looks like they're both 8 microfarads at 12 volts. Now I'd like these to be okay, but I would stuff these, I think, if necessary, just to keep the original date. So we're looking at these 2 orange ones now. So I'm going to need to try and lift a leg on one of those. Oh, they do a 390, Timothy, do they? Yeah, 330 are usually plus and minus 20%, depending which one you buy, because there's a couple different configurations of caps if you buy the Vichy ones, but then again you won't get that in a Vichy. Well, you get 330 in a Vichy, but they don't seem to be that accurate. That's a bit of a pain. Come on. Okay, that one's out. Let me lift this one from there. Right. We've got 2 8 microfarad caps now to look at. So what do you think? 8 microfarads. Place your bets. Thanks, Safstar, for subscribing. Thank you very much. Very close to 5,000 subs, people. So thank you very much for everybody that's subbed recently. Much, much appreciated. And a lot of that is down to David Tipton, to be fair, because David's got a very, very high following, and doing that collaboration with him, courtesy of GT Jeff, has really boosted the channel. So thanks again, David. I'm sure you'll watch this back, but great collaboration that, and I'd like to do another one as well in the future. So we'll see what we can sort out for David to have a play with again. Right, how are we doing on the 8 microfarads? Don't forget to do the nut up. No, you're right. It's only a clamp, that one. I will do that while you mention it, Anthony. Thank you. Those Plessies do look nice, stuffed actually, with a new label on them. They really come up very nice. 3 ohms ESR. Jataka's going for the ESR as well, so extra points for ESR measurements. Are we all done? Quick few final minutes, couple minutes more. So, right, let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. Ooh, well, it's actually 8.8 microfarads, but the ESR is off the chart, really. David has nearly got the ESR, David, but not the capacitance. So it's 8.8. The Les has got 9. Is it Les again? He's been up here testing this, hasn't he? He's been up here testing that, so that one's got to be done. What do you put in it, though? 8.2, I suppose, isn't it? So I've got some 8.2s that can go in there. So it might be worth just tacking in an 8.2 in that position to see what it's like. Okay, so guesses for the next one then. Now you've seen this one. It's virtually an identical capacitor, and it's in a very similar part of the circuit. We're saying that it's on the audio stage onto the output transformer. This is a transformered audio section. So what do you think? What do you think? Les is on a roll. He's running away with it here. He's got the trophy. So what I do need to do a minute is just pop these leads back on their respective parts while you're having a guess at this next 8 microfarad. I'm just going to pop these leads back on their posts while I can still see where they came off of. Otherwise we could be in all sorts of trouble. That's one of the transistors there. And so was that one. Right, how are we doing? Are we all done yet? Just reconnect that up. Are we all done? It's 8.8, wasn't it, that last one? Here we go then. Strangely enough, that one's not quite as bad, look. But it's gone low. That's strange, isn't it, how these work? But ESR is a bit high. So I've got some 8.2s here somewhere, haven't I? Is it those? 8.2s, yes. So who's that then? 7.36. David's got 7.74. Dave Rhodes, that is. It's Dave, isn't it? I think it's Dave. Unless you've lost your hat trick opportunity. Let's check a brand new 8.2 then and see what that comes out at. Bearing in mind we've got 4.6 ohms ESR. These lower ones do tend to have a higher ESR, so let's try a brand new one. 2.6. Yeah, not too bad. So we've got one acceptable and one not acceptable. So that means we can probably leave that one and just swap this one out for a minute. So if I just go across that with a bit of flux, just tack that in, and then we'll have a quick look to see whereabouts in the circuit that actually is. So that one, come in at this sort of angle, otherwise we'll be shorting things out. So a bit Heath Robinson, a bit sort of just tacked in there. I'll say that one can probably just go back on there for now. But again, I think if I was selling it on, they would get done. I've not got a very good insulation on that lead now because it's got a bit burnt through. Tweezers. Yeah, that's on there. Okay, so we've got one disconnected which had the high ESR. That one was okay. So really that's the electrolytics on this side of the board done. So let's hook her back up and see if it still works. Well, I've only done one cap, haven't I? But in theory it should work better. We do need to have a look in the circuit just to see where that one actually is. So it's on the, there was one on the output transformer. That one goes from this OC71. Looks like it goes onto the base of the OC71 if the center one is the base. So let's have a quick look, see if we can see that. You should get this rubber mat out of the way, otherwise the radio's going to tip over. More ping, ESR goodness. Cheers, Paul. Okay, so let's have a quick look. All right, ESR chart from Peak Electronics. Yeah, I just these things are a bit far-fetched sometimes, I find, because I've got another ESR meter over here, and the figures on that are crazy. So cheers for that, Paul. Volts over 40 ohms, 4.7 microfarads. Crazy. You can find ESR figures in the manufacturer's info sometimes, so worth a look at the manufacturer's info for the capacitors that you're actually fitting, because very often they will give you an ESR figure. Right, so let's see if we can find where this is in the circuit a minute, just see if it would have affected any of our readings, etc. So we've got, that's our output transformer. C49. Let's just get the other one up here because the circuits are right way around in that one. Right, I'm trying to find this now. Trying to find this. So let's go to the screen again. So we've got C49 here, which is between VT6 and VT7, and it looks like that's on the collector. Let's have a look at the layout. So C47 is the culprit. So let's check where C47 is then. C47, so it's not that one, C49. C47 is on this line here, which is a connection between the positive and negative, the drop-in resistor, and then it's feeding, oh hang on, no it's not, it's coming off of that circuit, so that's ground. So yeah, that's on the volume pot, that is. We didn't have any problems with the volume though, did we? Is that right, the volume pot? No. Let me just zoom in there a little bit. Yes, it is. It's off of the volume pot into VT6, which is obviously the first stage of amplification after the IF. So again, that's going to be the same for AM or FM. That's not going to be affected. So all that will do, what is that doing? Is that blocking DC? So that's allowing the AC to pass. So yeah, that would affect the output circuit, surely, but it's not, wasn't affecting it enough to be an issue, I don't think. But it'd be interesting to see if it's any different now. Yes. Found anything? Not really, Derek. Found a dodgy cap, but that's about it so far. It does work, Chris. It is working now, but it's mysterious. If you watch back last week's video, this radio did not work on FM. It just didn't work on FM. Well, it did, but it's really distorted. Turned it back on this week after doing absolutely nothing to it, and all of a sudden it's working now. So it's a little bit of a mystery that we're trying to solve. We're trying to find a fault that's not there really at the moment, but it might come back. So it's very, very strange. Doug, how you doing, mate? So let's fire in the hole and see if it works. Get all these metal tools out of the way.
Savings based on purple bricks flat fee versus using a high street estate agent paying an average 1.3% commission.
If you need help keeping up with repayments, at Lloyds Bank, we're by your side. Thousands of customers are getting an early sight of their upcoming payments on our mobile banking app, helping them to take greater control of their money.
Yeah, mortgage payments are going mental. Crazy.
Our colleagues are making a difference by talking customers through all the options available. Find out more about how we're here to help at lloydsbank.com/cost of living. By your side.
Should be like this, things where they make my tea,
Of course.
Tomorrow then, first night. If we've been to bed by then, of course.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I'm not making a pass.
See, it's working faultless. Let's just try it on medium wave again. Sounds like we've got a bit of a scratchy. Tuning cap on AM. Yeah, we need some antenna assistance for that. Right, what have we got here? Let's see if we can give us a bit more chance of getting an AM signal in this Faraday cage that I work in. Let's just connect up a couple clip leads. Too much faff to look up the individual manufacturers ESR. You wouldn't find it for these old caps anyway, Paul, would you? But certainly the new ones you would be able to. Right, what are you doing here, Graham? You're trying to connect up to this antenna, so we'll find a ground, which will be... There should be ground there, I'd have thought. A bit of volume on. There we go. Just connect onto that. So I've just connected up my antenna tuner, which is going over to a long wire which goes down through the garden. So let's just switch this on to what medium wave could be in between these two, so let's try it anyway.
Looking at it and thinking, actually, a lot different to what I saw in real time. You know,
Thanks to him for being brave enough to go, nope, I'm done.
She had, and it's gone the way of Manchester United. Will Perry.
Yes, Manchester City 6, Manchester United 1, and it was...
all the names. Manchester City 6 2 is now the scoreline.
There's nothing up that end of the dial anyway, it's all up here.
Whether it came back onto Alvarez, I think that's what...
Imagine Haaland having like 5 or 6 week rest, right?
It's actually very sensitive, as Les said earlier. It really does seem to be pretty sensitive, this one. It's picking up a lot of like really obscure, fairly far away stations. So let's try it also on long wave. Ground. So with that one or that one. Let's go with this one. Okay, we don't seem to be picking up anything on long wave. Let's try this one. Hello. I'm sure we had long wave, you know. Hang on, it's just very often it's orientation on long wave. Let's just stick it round this way. So it should be around here somewhere. It doesn't matter though, does it? Because I'm connected up. Doesn't like that ground. Let's try that. Okay. What's going on here then? Why have we not got That's ground. So that's ground. Let's use that one then. Why am I not getting any long wave? It's got to be across those two. Definitely we're on the long wave. Oh, hang on. Something's interfering with it. No end here. Look at that. Something's totally wiping it out here somewhere. What is interfering with it? Is it my microphone? Is it this light here?
Can't negotiate. We can do that again later, depending on how well.
Seems to be these leads. without the ATU in.
Which I intend to exploit to the full. Make your speech, Henry. You didn't tell me over the bad one.
It's working better without the antenna tuner, which is unusual.
You said we'll shuffle like that. There's no guarantee you'll get in the rest of the day.
I'm Stephen Blair, not negotiating.
How long to live till he's 80?
I doubt it in right down.
Let's...
We're going over 2.5 squared, that's 2 miles.
Just picked up RTE. Turn the volume down a bit. It's doing your ears in, I'm sure. Pepperidge, how you doing, mate? Have you squirted the wave change switches? No, it's just my connections here, I think. These aren't the greatest leads. I'm just trying to see if I've got a couple better leads. I have resoldered all of these, but let's pinch these two. I've got to knock one of the clip leads off now. How you doing, Mr. Pepperidge? Well, let's try a couple better leads on here. Well, definitely that's ground. So go with that as ground. Run that to the ground of this lead. As I say, this should improve it with an external aerial, but you do need a long aerial for long wave, really. Yeah, rubbish leads.
33%. Oyster Bay Sauvignon Blanc, only €10. And don't forget, with super values and beatable own brand range, along with money off vouchers every week, super value makes saving money as easy as 1, 2, 3, go! Enjoy alcohol responsibly.
Leinster Rugby versus Munster Rugby in the VKT URC is back. Saturday, October 22nd, 5:15 in Aviva Stadium. Support the boys in blue against our oldest inter-provincial rivals. Tickets on sale now.
So we should be looking at France, which is there, look. We've got another station there. What's that one then? So that's Radio 4. What station is that? Or is that another RTE? France? RTE? What station is that? So that station's in between France, which is RTF, is it? I can't remember now. It's in between France and Radio 4. What is that going to be? Luxembourg, Les, you think, do you? I can't say I've ever had that on another radio. It's English speaking. Something here is still interfering with it. Oh, he says pulling the lead off.
well, and sort of feel a little bit.
That's better.
He scored a hat trick in a Manchester derby. But he's the second.
Luxembourg, you think?
Yeah, I mean, Phil Foden was terrific when he comes in.
We'll have a little listen in a minute then, see what it is. See if his light interferes with it. No.
With Haaland that Foden has, that Grealish has, is really coming to the fore now. But a terrific performance by Foden also.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy that one, Chris.
Erling Haaland is the most clinical finisher you've ever seen. And that's from a man who shared a dressing room with the Brazilian Ronaldo.
Yeah, I would.
Duracells, yeah.
He's so clinical. He just passes them in the back of the goal.
It sounds northern, doesn't it?
The power, the strength to get above and guard.
Oh yeah, no, Luxembourg is back here.
He gets through on goal. He looks like he's going to score.
Luxembourg is.
He's been phenomenal.
Four-team Rangers.
With match ball under his arm, has produced another ball and thrown it to Erling.
Forge your own path. I want it. I'm going to marry you.
And at some point, we'll probably come back and pick it up as he gives all of the applause now. And now he's running over to pick up the mad ball.
Kevin De Bruyne kicked it away from him.
I was going to say, John Murray, he doesn't even care about that. Nothing seems to matter to him.
Anybody any clue? You think it's cross modulation, Les, do you? You could well be right, Les.
He's still a baby. Yeah, that's the thing about it. He's that good, but he's still a baby and he's banging goals in constantly.
Does sound like Radio 5 Live, doesn't it?
One Club Card point for every £1 spent on your Tesco mobile bill. Tesco Club Card scheme terms and conditions apply.
When I say
Well, it's strange, Les, because reception, if it is the same as medium wave, if it is cross modulation or intermodulation, why is it better on long wave than it is on medium wave? You'd expect a bit of cross mod to be actually quieter on long wave, wouldn't you? Not louder, but it seems to be better on long wave if it is cross modulation. But I think Mr. Pepper just saying that there's another station popped up on long wave. Maybe it's just conditions bringing something in. So let's try that again. Let's go back to. That's RTE.
Win with a bonus point, and given the fact that they had lost the first two games.
See if we can get rid of some of that noise with the ATU.
So very obviously the mold was very strong, but Zebra's lineup was atrocious against Munster. Huge amount of possession, and yeah, their attack game it's rhythm yet. So you're looking at Friday night in Galway. The Connacht team obviously desperate for a win as well, and you feel, Munster need to
that's better.
To another level. But look at least they have a win under their belts, and because they lost the first two games.
So we've got RTE as expected.
It was
Sur la question pour Fabrice Terny de la Daguenière, nous ne sommes pas menés de loin, nous concerne plutôt Paris et la Tour Eiffel, puisque ce soir-là de 1962, même si les Parisiens se pressaient autour de la Tour Eiffel, mais pour voir quoi? La nouvelle peinture de la C'est l'antenne de la télévision.
So we know that's France.
Is going to get 60 goals, but it says a lot, John Murray, that he is on course.
Yeah. That's a lot stronger than medium wave.
As you say, the numbers are just astonishing, and to go away in the way that he has, and as you said, to now double the...
Jataka, yeah, I've actually done that. All of the clip leads that I use have all been soldered, but sometimes they do, you know, with use, they will pull back off again, especially those cheaper ones.
Became the first City player to score a hat-trick in the derby since the 1970s, and then Phil Foden became the next about 9 minutes later.
Let's see if we...
Deserved it. I just wish Jack Grealish had scored as well, because that'd have been the icing on the cake for him. I thought both wide men were very good in the positions that they take up. They start wide, they come inside, and the attributes that just drift past players. And you could see it early on in the game with Grealish, with Foden. They were a menace to the two fullbacks.
Well, another one for you that's just come to mind now you mentioned that. With Manchester City scoring 6 goals today, City have become the first team to score at least 3 goals in 8 successive top-flight home matches since Tottenham in...
Well, we'll leave it on for a minute, see if we can identify that. It'd be interesting.
They're scoring more goals than anyone else, and also they're conceding fewer than anyone else.
And you know what that means? Yeah. Here's a quote from Erling Haaland, by the way. Just come off the pitch and said this to TV. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
I love his attitude though to you as well. It's brilliant, isn't it?
We scored 6 goals. What can you say? Amazing. Yes, it's nice. On Foden, John, who you know has to be second fiddle, but what a fiddle it is. The England
you reckon it's 5 Live, Les, do you?
There's been so much talk about Gareth Southgate and Trent Alexander-Arnold. In terms of form, Gareth Southgate and Phil Foden are more pertinent question. Yeah.
What can I use here to get Radio 5 Live on?
What we're talking about, really, if you look at it realistically, you're talking about players who are going to be part of the 26.
I want something with a digital readout, really.
For Gareth Southgate, he's the manager. His judgment call is that he has Kyle Walker and Reece James.
Yeah, nothing to hand at the moment, nothing connected up. This is my only long wire antenna at the moment, so I've got nothing else to test it on. So, Joddy Toddy, you're saying it's BBC Radio 5 Live on medium wave. Matambul. What does the dial frequency say? Okay. Again, dial frequency and alignment on this is unlikely to be correct because it's not zeroed, but we are somewhere around, say, 1350 meters. So about 1,350 meters according to this dial, but as I say, it's not centered, this one, so that's unlikely to be the correct frequency, Matamble. But yeah, thanks for joining us, mate. And Yoddy Toddy, thanks for the info. So we think it is cross modulation from medium wave. It's interesting because I've got the ATU down here and I'm actually, it's tuning best in the medium wave band. So you could well be right. I mean, it's just, I wonder if we can just identify it really. So it's gone off a bit now. Okay, well, the reason it's gone off a bit is because the ground wires come off. Oh dear, come on Graham, sort yourself out. Try it again.
intricately find a way through. Today, they didn't have to do that. So, the period of the first half, when City were running through them because of the space that there was, and I think City had jumped didn't they, at one stage. This is like watching the Jack Grealish of Aston
Yeah, no worries.
Because we're not used to seeing that, because generally with City, he doesn't have the space. He did here. There was so much space.
Thanks, Anthony.
Just picking up and just running, like with De Bruyne, just running past players. The space was huge, and
for any back four to defend against that when you've got players run that.
So let's go back to medium wave then. See if we can find that.
It's honestly, how too short for the ball on the centre back and receive it.
Yeah, that is them, innit? Definite.
Stretched all over the place. And disappointingly, what that means is, because all the managers are running, and so all of those. Even more now look to close it down and restrict opportunities. And therefore, that plays into Manchester City's hands.
Yeah, that is, isn't it?
Absolutely. What an
How bizarre.
performance. Erling Haaland has just emerged actually from the tunnel just beneath us with his white sliders on, just wandering across the pitch as if he doesn't have a care.
Well, there you are.
And why would he?
He doesn't speak, does he?
Why would he?
He's a specimen, isn't he?
Yeah. He looks absolutely humongous, even from this distance.
He looks humongous.
We'll bring you more reaction to what we've just witnessed here at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City 6, Manchester United 3. Jonathan Woodgate, John Murray, thank you very much indeed. We will hear via producer Gary, hopefully from one or two of the managers as well, live, hopefully before kick-off at Ellen Road, because we've still got another commentary to bring you, which is Leeds versus Aston Villa, and we have the Singapore Grand Prix going on as well. Let's check in with that. Jack Nicholls.
No, we don't want to hear that. So Singapore Grand Prix then is on. I don't really want to know the results of that, because we're going to watch that later. Yeah. So it is definitely cross modulation. How strange. How strange. But yeah, it's always interesting if a station suddenly pops up. But I've not had that before. Whether that's a problem with this, I don't know. Or whether it's just atmospherics. It's probably atmospherics, because it is a little bit close at the moment. If you know what I mean. A bit humid. Right, okay. Okay. Longwave's gone dead on your Grundig music, boys. Probably a dirty switch, Robot Spat. Cheers all. So yeah, interesting that, isn't it? Oh, it used to be BBC 2's, or BBC Radio 2's transmitter in Cardigan Bay, Wales. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Right. I want to have a look at this other 8 microfarad cap on the other side of the board. Let's just pop the power off of it. So anything we do on the other side of the board can't be seen anyway, so there's no point restuffing capacitors on the back side of the board, really. So the medium wave tuner's output is coupling into the long wave's mixer input. The medium wave tuner's output is coupling into the long wave mixer input. It's difficult to follow that on the circuit because of all the blimmin' switching on it. It is a bit crazy. It's a bit. It's a bit crazy. could be maybe a bit of contamination on the switch or something. But then it's only that one station that's coming through, isn't it, really? And I am greatly boosting the signal by connecting a long wire to it. It's unlikely that would be heard much without a long wire on it, with the ATU as well. So let's get them caps up out of the way, and let's see if we can get this thing out of the chassis. Now this is going to be fun and games. This is going to be fun and games. How are we doing for time anyway? I pulled my plug on my thing now, got past 4. But Steve, how you doing, mate? Check the antenna coil. You got this on a hacker a while back due to a coil being open circuit. Good call, Steve. Thanks for that. No, they haven't got the two front ends, I don't think. Cheers, Sean. Catch you soon, mate. So you can hear radio 4 with medium wave selected. I mean, the long wave coil is very fine because you need more wire to pick up long wave. I mean, it's moved a little bit, this one, from where it should be on the scale. Should be there by the looks of it. That's where it was sealed to, so it's moved that way a fraction. It could be a little bit of a short on this one here, possibly. This is the mixer oscillator, I believe. Transistor. This is the one here. I'm just trying to see where our coil actually is, because this is sort of all sorts of tap-ins on this. So we've got the ground there. So the coil is going to be between those two. Let's have a look-see. There, so there should be a coil there. 1.8 ohms, yeah. And the only other one is that coil there. 9.2 ohms, so no, it's not open. So that's a ground as well, so let's have a look at that coil to ground. The centre tap by the looks of it, 1 ohm there. 8.4 ohms there, so no, it does look okay. The long wave coil, medium wave coil is huge. I mean, it's unlikely that that's going to be broken, but we'll go across it anyway. That should be very low ohms. Well, it's a fairly big coil still, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, 0.62. So no, it's not the coil, Steve. Could be a dodgy ground, I suppose, somewhere. What is in that there? That's not a capacitor, is it? Yeah, there's something weird covered in yellow there. Let's just see if I can find what that is on the schematic. Right, where are we? What are we doing now? We need to try and get it out of the case. It could well be tin whiskers on that transistor still, a little tiny bit. But we won't know till we zap it, really. all of these three need zapping for sure, and these do as well in the RF stage. But I must say they're not showing us shorts at all at the moment. Okay, how to get this one out of the chassis? Well, we've got 4 screws on the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the chassis will come this way. But the thing that's stopping it is this. So this has got to come off. So I wonder if it'll be nice to me. No, it's not going to be nice, is it? Right, what can we get in behind there? What can we get in behind there? We've got some dial cord up there. That might do it. Let's get a bit of dial cord. See if we can use the old string trick to get it off. What's that like? Actually, I've got something better than dial cord. I've got some fishing braid in here somewhere. Some real strong stuff. There we go. Better than wasting my precious dial cord. So we've got some 200-pound Super Power Spider fishing line, 0.75 mil. That should do the job, shouldn't it? That should do it. Let's see if we can get it in behind. I don't really want it over the top of that wire, but I don't. Over the top of the pointer, I mean, not the wire. Can we wangle it around that? Could go. We really want to try and get it moving, don't we? Sounds like Space Invaders. It's coming. It is coming. Yeah. Job done. Break free. Excellent. So you can see if I turn this, I'm taking it off now. If I turn this all the way around, it should sit straight, but it is a bit off. So it should be. If that was very wibbly wobbly, it should be sat there. Yeah, it's a bit. So that one's tightening up a little bit. It's spread. A bit like me, really. What's that in there then? Oh, that's the end of a bit of tuning cord by the looks of it. Yeah, okay. So, it's off. A miracle. It's a miracle. Okay. Well, that worked, didn't it? Very often I've pulled them off by just using the case as a lever. The problem is you can scratch the dial there if you do it that way. So I'm going to pull off the lead for the VHF aerial. Let's just zoom you out a bit. Find out what's upsetting the dogs. Let's Mrs. Cruncher back. The doggies from the commons by the looks of it. They do like their walks, them dogs. Oh, they're real grouchy if you can't take them out. Really grouchy. They give us a lot of stick if we don't take them for a walk. It is in good condition. Okay, so now we should be able to take the chassis out. I think in the service manual or somewhere they recommend you taking it out with a plunger, which is a bit strange, but if you can get a plunger that small. So I'm just taking out these 4 screws now that hold the chassis in. So they've all got a washer on them. What did I do in my little bag of bits? There we are. No, that's the hacker. There we are. There's my bag of bits. Two. Three. And of course, it's the fixing pegs in this plastic case that break when people don't pack them properly. This one is absolutely brilliant. Very good. Okay, do we need to pull anything else off? No, so it should. You've got to be careful with the speaker on this because the speaker remains attached to it. Should come out. There we are. And on the other side, we've got a load more capacitors, look. He's smiling at you. Oh dear. Crazy. Oh yeah, that capacitor is not looking great either. Let's see if I can get you on the overhead camera. This is interesting. There's all sorts of things on this dial which I haven't seen before. Overhead camera. Which way round are we? We're the wrong way round, so just swap that. No, we're still upside down. Okay. That's because we're sideways on, isn't it? So yeah, can you see this here? It looks like there's some sort of alignment markings on here. There's my pointery thing. So I suppose this is so as you can put the dial back on, this one, and use this to set it up without it being in the case. That's clever. That's a good idea, that. Yeah, very clever. Of course it is. And here's our little lever up the top. When we're adjusting the IF, we've got to move this one by the looks of it. What does that actually move? Oh, I see. So this is the FM drive cord here, which pulls on the this one. So you can see this is the tuning slug inside there. So it's inductively tuned. Is that what you call it? I believe. So it just moves that ferrite in and out of that coil to tune FM. So I assume that by altering the angle of this, using this lever, would give you more or less pressure on that tuning slug. Yeah, clever. Okay. So yeah, interesting. So the capacitor in question is this little white thing here. Now, I mean, that's looking in very bad condition, and that is on this can here, which is the middle one on the top row. So let me just have a look at that on the schematic. So you can see it's connected here to this can, and then the other side is connected to ground. There's Theo. Afternoon, Theo. The caps say 1962, Robert. Oh, you gave him a good run yesterday then, Les, thank you. Schematic time again. What am I looking for? That third, or the middle IF can. I think it's an IF can. I think that's FM as well. So this might be one of our issues, maybe. So that is IFT2. IFT2, that is. It's connected to, so schematic time. There it is, it's connected to the bottom of this one here, IFT2, which also contains C18 and C20. IFT2 is AM, okay. So it's off of one of these pins. It's not... Hang on, where are we? So we've got ground, we've got this pin here. Here it is over here, C39. Is that the AGC, is it? Looks like it, doesn't it? Because it's feeding it back into here. From the output stage, so yeah, that's AGC capacitor there. I believe. Correct me if I'm not right. C39, does that coincide with the underside? Yeah, sure enough, it's C39. Okay. Let's have a look at it then. Thanks for that, Matamble. Yeah, the capacitors in this are certainly dated 1962, so... Excuse me. Right, can we just undo that one, I wonder? If we can just undo the screw there to take that out of circuit and test it. Cool, we could do if it wasn't so blimmin' tight. Whoa. Oh, it's going to have a nut on the other side, isn't it? Yeah, typical. Bear with me a sec, I'll just get that undone. Wrong. Easier than desoldering though, to be fair. No, wrong nut. Switchy back to the main camera a minute. So I'm just trying to get that tab undone. It's going to be a pig to do back up again, I'm sure. That's about right. Okay. 8 microfarads, what do you think it's going to be? I think this one's absolutely shot. Oh, a little white one in the middle there, look. It is AGC, Les, thank you. I thought it was. No, I got some sort of clue. Not a lot of a clue, but some sort of clue, really. I'm going to do this. So, guesses then, 8 microfarads. Anthony says open. I'm probably with you there, Anthony, actually, because this doesn't look particularly healthy at all, this one, but you never know, it might surprise us. It might surprise us. So while you're having to think about that, I'm going to skip to the loo. Does not read, Theo. How are you keeping, Theo, anyway? We got 2 do not reads. Do not pass go. God, it's chilly up here. Mrs. Cruncher got the windows open. Right, I won't be a sec. Right. Have you all placed your bets? It could be fine. It doesn't look very fine. Bearing in mind you can't really get any muck on this side of the board because it's sealed really. Do not collect £200, yeah. Right, let's do it then. Oh, well, that's a surprise. That is a surprise. Okay, it's gone high. 10.46, but that ESR for a low value cap is actually not too bad. That ain't too bad. So who got that one then? 10.46. Who's closest to that? Timothy's 10.5. Got to be Timothy. There's no one going to be closer than that. It's supposed to be 8, Matambo. It's supposed to be 8, and I really didn't think that was going to work at all. So let's have a test as to what a brand new one looks like then. 2 bonus microfarads, no extra charge. Yeah, 10 microfarads is that ain't going to be causing a problem, that cap. I'm going to change it anyway because I really don't want to be back in this side of the board again. Don't want to be taking that dial off very often. So let's try a brand new one then. And this is a Worth 8.2. So yeah, that one's actually higher ESR, isn't it, than the one that's in there. Reading 7.5 microfarads. So that one's better, I suppose, in that it's not gone high. That one has gone a little bit high. It might be leaky still, but usually the ESR meter is a good indicator of whether it's likely to be leaky. So I think we'll get that one out and pop one of our new ones in. I'll put that on. Let's just have a look here. How easy is that to get off? We don't want to overheat the transformer. Will the legs stretch across? Just. Just checking the circuit that is the correct way round. It does look like it. I say correct way around, I mean positive going to the can and negative going to the ground. Yeah. Okay. So I need to get some insulation for it. I could reuse what's on there, possibly, but again, we're not necessarily worried too much about authentication with it going this side of the board. Let's pop it out. Let's pop a bit of this silicone coated cloth insulation onto it. Right, let's get them out. Let's add them on out of there. Nice and easy. Not be that easy to get this one off though. I've got to try and get the old bit of wire off of this terminal. The switch could have a good clean while I'm there. You certainly could, yeah. It's not looking too bad. It's got a load of, I don't know what that is, but some sort of grease all over it. I'm just going to get the wire off of here. Where? Get off. Thank you. So yeah, that's got me a bit of wire off of there. So that's a negative. Let's cut a bit of insulation. I don't know why I'm looking through the magnifiers at the insulation really, but there you are. I just like having them on my head, obviously. Right, so let's excuse me. So it goes in like that. So bend it. Just solder that up. Hopefully I got it the right way around, but you know, it'll be the first time with it I got it backwards. So I think what I'll do is I'll screw that down just to make sure I have got enough lead on this side. Otherwise we'll be in trouble. I just need to screw that back down to there a minute. If I can find the nut and the bolt, which is still in the driver. You're going to be nice to me? Yes, you are. There we are. That's on. They don't do an 8.2 microfarad in an axial, Rob. Cool, that will just reach. It's going to be a touch fit rather than a wrapper. It's going to be a touch fit, but he will go. Too long, better to have too much and too little, I suppose. Yeah, just go there, look. Just, let me bend that over slightly, give us a bit more. Yeah, it's good and solid. It's not going to short against anything. Move it down out of the way a little bit. Job done. Okay, that's that one done. Now, I think there's one underneath the speaker on this, and yes, there is. We've got a little bit of a tear in that speaker as well, look. There's a little bit of a... Oh, you can't see it because I'm over the top of it. See that? Little tiny bit of a tear there, so we're going to have to fix that while we're in here as well. It's going to be PVA and a bit of tissue paper. But that'll be fine. Now, one thing that I didn't do on my other one is actually mark the back of the speaker so as I know where to rejoin this clamp. So I'm going to get a pencil and just mark that around a minute. Yeah, see you later, Chris. Thanks for joining us today, mate. Just marking that so as I know where to put it on, or whether there's a measurement somewhere or not, I don't know. We need to get that one out of the way to get to one of the capacitors, so let's get that out. Is it going to come out nicely, or is it going to fight? It's going to come out. Yes, you're right, Matambo. I think you're all right. Right, so that speaker should now move out. Should we get that over there out of the way safely? And yeah, we've got a capacitor in there, let's see, so there's 3 there, 2 are in behind the speaker, and we've got this large one over here. I think this is another 350 actually. So I'm going to do all 3 of these regardless, but because again, I don't really want to be going back in here. So this was 100 microfarads at 12 volts, so we've got some hundreds that should stretch across there. But we'll do a bit of capacitor bingo with these afterwards. Let's get you in on the overhead camera then, if I can. I'm tempted to take this speaker out of the way for now, actually. Don't want that getting damaged anymore. The smell of old 1960s solder. Oh, it's jammed up again. Ugh. It took me an age to unjam this blooming thing the other week. Capacitor value lottery. So black is to the left. Just put a little mark on that. Yellow to the right. So yeah, it looks like I can get to the back of that as well. So whether someone's poked something in it from the back, I don't know, but it might just be wear and tear on the paper itself. But it does look like it's this, because there's a mark there as well. It looks like something's been poked in it. Apart from that, it looks pretty good. Is that one there as well? No. No, that's easy enough to sort that anyway. It's won't make any difference to the sound. In fact, to be fair, I could leave it like that and it still wouldn't make any difference to the sound. Let me put that somewhere safe. Let's pop it on there. Put it. Where can you put it, Graham? Definitely got to have a clear up this week, so got to get that done. Got to keep Mrs. Cruncher happy. Right, capacitor time. So we're going to get this one first down the bottom here. 100 microfarads, 12 volts. Oh, that's on here as well. Pooh, stinks. Come on. Better. Sinking all the heat with the forceps there. See if I can get it off just by heating it. These are just pegs, I think, for... Ooh, I felt that soldering iron then, that was a bit warm. It's underneath that one. That one. And there's that one. Okay. Right, so we have 100 at 12 volts, insulated both sides. Let's see what we've got. Let's see what the 100 microfarad, oh, okay. Got these that have just come in recently, that'll do nicely, sir, thank you. How many volts is that? It's 25 volts. We've got some other hundreds, what are these like? Pardon me, so rude. 100 at 16 volts, and what was that one? 12, so we'll go with 100 at 16, let. Again, we're going to need an axial really on this because of the length of the lead, so you probably could stretch a radio across it. It's just going to make it much easier. You want it about there, I think. Let's cut some more of my insulation off if I can find it. I'll put it back. Look at me, tidy, unusual. Let's keep it down because we might need a bit more. Put it there. Let's see if I can just turn a little eye in it using these jeweler's pliers. Nice. Okay, let's solder that one on. Are you with me? Can you see me? This blooming grey wire is a bit of a pain. It's right in the way, stopping you seeing what I'm up to. But you can see that's the joint that we're just going to solder now. Should stay there, hopefully. Okay, that's that one. We can come up across to that one now. Done. Let's catch up with the chat. What we're saying here. We'll have to have more surface area on the lab bench. Yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? Surface area, we just fill it straight away. Not seen Chris for a while. Yeah, not seen or heard from Chris for quite some time, actually. I did hear that he was having a bit of a break, but yeah, I've not heard from Chris. I hope he's all right. He's got quite an involved job, Chris has, so I was going to say, I was just thinking that, oh, hang on, this one's come loose, but of course it's the one I've just taken out. Fool. Right, that's that one done. Two more I can see. This one here, which appears to be buried as well. Can't quite see that one, can you? I'm out of shot. This one. Is that another 100? Yeah, that's another 100. Okay, so that's going across here. Can't quite see that, can you? there. And here. Alright, so he's loose, so the red is going to that one, the yellow to that one. So red to red, yellow to yellow, that's easy enough. It's going underneath this one and underneath those two resistors, so we'll try and copy that. I'm even going to try and use the insulation if I can. We'll say that doesn't really matter, does it? Right, let's get another 100. Are you all still with me? Are you all still with me? Are you glazing over now? Now they went to capacitor changing, but I've got to do the ones on this side. I'm not going to leave these and have to take the board out again when they fail, because this is a pig to get apart. Well, it's not, it's just very dodgy with that dial, that's all. Yeah, I'm going to use my white insulation. It doesn't melt like the plastic stuff does. There's this stuff here. It's quite fine. Silicone coated. Anybody wants the number, it's that look. It's 1 mil. Model number is PP001448. It was either CPC or Farnell I got that from. 100 meters. Still watching, hi Gerard. Are you going to chafe the hunts on the switching? Are you going to change the hunts on the switching? I could have a look at it. I could have a look at it. Who was that asked that? Anthony. Yeah, I could have a look at it, Anthony. It's probably the problem is not the problem, but the thing is, it doesn't see a lot of voltage, this set. So it's not like a valve set where they see mains voltage and they just fail for a pastime. But I do know that the Roberts, for sure, the Roberts R200 and R300 suffers from those capacitors. Right. Let me get my bearings. I'm going to need to probably use all of the lead on these. So I'm going to cut off a couple nice long pieces. And do my little curly whirly on the end of each one. A good mechanical connection. Too much. Just one. What's the other one? Right, okay, so our negative goes to there, which was under those two resistors somehow. Go underneath and through that hole there. Gotta be careful because you don't want anything to foul the speaker here. You know you want to go on there. I've done a very good twisty on that one, have I? I've done a very good curly whirly on that one. Come on, get on there, you little... Got it. Twist that round a bit better. We're getting there, we're getting there. Can you see what I'm up to? Let's just zoom you out a little bit. Yeah, you can sort of see it. Those Plessy caps date this radio to the early 1960s. Certainly do, Theo, and on the other side of the board there's two caps that are dated 1962. Right, stop fussing, Graham, just get it done, come on. There we are, that's one side. Isn't that cool? And then we've got to wangle this one in under here somehow and around if it'll fit. Cool, just, only just. Go on, go down onto that post. There we are. Right. Bit of a stretch that one because it's not got as long a legs as the other one. Right, that's that one done. So that'll cool off a minute. I'll just manoeuvre it around a bit, make it a bit nicer. It's a bit of a stretch, that one, but yeah, it'll do. It'll do nicely. So just the biggie on the end now. This is the one. GEC used them around the early 1960s in their portable radios. Electric heating, Benchy, luxury. Luxury. Okay, what have we got here then? So we've got one of these clamp things. So we're probably not going to be able to use the clamp because our new cap's going to be much, much smaller than this one. And this is going to be one of these 370, unless I stuff that one, but there's no point really, is there? So we're going to have to get out of the nut the other side, which is that one. That's my nut driver. Actually, do I need to disconnect that clamp? Yeah, I do, to get the thing off, don't I? Get the cap out. Take it right off. Where's my little screwdriver? There we are. Just loosen that. Seems to love it. There we are. So one end connected to the clamp again. You can sort of see from that angle, can't you? Yeah. Danish, how are you, mate? I want to hold your hand on the old bush. Yeah. I think we'll be playing a bit of music at some stage, won't we? I know a few of you said last time that there's some new new thing coming out to help creators, you know, being able to use tracks to demonstrate things. So hopefully, I've not seen any information on that yet, but must be something out there for you guys to have seen it. Okay, is it going to be nice and come off of there? So I mean, I could, I suppose, just leave that capacitor in there disconnected, couldn't I? Just so as it uses that clamp, or is that just, nah, that's be pointless, wouldn't it, really? Be pointless. Let's get him out. Come on, get out of there. What are you? What are you? You're a Plessy, and you're 300 microfarads at 12 volts. So 350 microfarads. Looks a bit burnt there, doesn't it? Must looks like that's got a bit hot. Interesting. Let's swap him. So we're going to have to go 330, which of course is not in that box, it's going to be in this one. What have we got here? I wonder what these read. 105 degrees, 330. This is RS Pro brand jack-on caps, which they are still manufacturing in Axial, and they are a lot more reasonable than the Vichy ones. $337. That's okay, that's within its tolerances. So we keep that, let me just tighten that back up again. Yeah, I was a child of the 60s, but I was born in the mid 60s really, so I missed out on all that stuff that you chaps that maybe were born a bit earlier than me would have experienced. But good days for sure. Is that going to be nice and come off of there for me? Yeah, right off. Okay. Yep, so let's put a little curl in that one. Northern Rambler, how you doing, Victor? Good to see you, mate. Hope you're all right. Right, let's slip that one in there. Cut that a bit short, am I? Oh. Right, where's my snippers? Let's just cut the excess off. That one, and that one. So that's the electrolytics done on this side. Don't think there's any more lurking. Make sure there's none underneath this switch bank. So we've got quite a few hunts in there, but they're not broken. So can you see, if I go to the overhead camera, we've got like, I don't know what you call it, it's like a jelly type substance on the tuning cap. Oh, not the tuning cap, the switch bank. You see that? Let's get a poking tool. Yeah, you can't really see that well. Let's just move that to there. Yeah, so this is our switch, but look. Where are we? Yeah. It looks like some sort of grease. I mean, it looks to me like silicone grease, but I don't think this has ever been out the chassis. Yeah, unusual. And to be fair, the contacts look pretty clean. I'm a little bit close. Let's just zoom you out a little bit. Oh, hello. Bit slippery, slidey. So it looks like original sort of factory lubrication. Do we want to mess with that? I mean, I might put a little bit of deoxit on there, just a little drop on each contact, but I don't think I'm going to go cleaning them up because they don't look dirty. They don't look tarnished at all, so whatever they put on there has stopped them tarnishing, really. So it's a double-sided switch, I suspect, so we might have contacts on the other side as well. Yes, we have. Right, I'm just going to get in the other side a minute and try and put a drop on. There's only a couple contacts on there, I think. Oh, we've got another one underneath as well. Yeah, there's a couple there, so put a little drop on that one. A little drop on that one. Can't quite get in there. Oh, there's loads of contacts on there. I'm going to have to spray that because I literally can't get in there. Yeah, I can't get in there with that. So I'm going to have to spray that. A bit of service on, I think. There's a lot of switches. Let's give them a bit of an exercise a minute. Yeah, I'm still in two minds what to do with these hunts, you know, but they are... A couple of them are fairly easy to get to. A couple of them are really difficult to get to. I think I'm going to leave them. End of the day, there was no issues with the volume, really, was there? So we need to just brush off some dust. Let's manage to get down in by all the switches. Give that a little blow with the old air duster, if I can find it. What have I done with the air duster? Anybody know where the air duster is? Wallpaper paste. Vaseline, Andrew. Okay, yeah, could well be. Could well be Vaseline. Was that the... Welcome, Andrew, by the way. Wasn't that the... thing of choice for these? Just wondering whether we should put some oil on those mechanical moving parts. Would have had some grease or something on them. There was a little bit of grease on those. I say was because there isn't really any more. What can I put on those? Can I squirt a bit of white lithium in there maybe? Let's put some silicone grease on them. I'll stick some silicone grease on. This is just RS's own brand. Silicone grease. Martine, how you doing? Air duster down the side of the seat following the remote. What's that, Derek? I'm just going to see if I can put some silicone on this. I did find my cocktail stick stash the other day, so we'll use that to put some on. Well, they used to use Vaseline on battery contacts, didn't they? Come on, get in there. Thank you. Well, let's see if I can get to the back of those switches to do the same thing. Not so easily. Certainly not grinding as much as they were, so that was worth doing. Oh, I can't get anything in there. Maybe. Right, got them. Managed to get some in there, so that's good. They sound much less crunchy. Excellent. So, can we get anything in this volume pot? One of these blooming sealed ones, isn't it? Can squirt some in the switch there. Let's clean the switch. I don't think that'll go to the potentiometer. Alright, okay, that's interesting, Andrew. Never knew that. Never knew that. Right, that's loads of hunts all over this thing. I mean, don't think I'm going to change them. Just looking to see if there's anything else on this side of the board that I need to deal with before it goes back in, saying that I'm going to have to glue the speaker up anyway. Want to check the dial alignment. Oh, fancy dinner waiting, Martin. Well, thanks for popping in, mate, anyway. It's perfectly acceptable use on radio switches, as they also use it when mating HV bus bars on the power industry. So it doesn't affect the... it's not an electrical insulator then as such, Andrew. It will pass electric current, no problem. That was my only concern, because I put a lot of potentiometers apart, and I see they've got grease. Some of them got grease on the track. I think, is that right or not? And I tend to usually clean it off and put some switch cleaner back on it, but or fader lube as it is now. But just wonder whether Vaseline might be better then. Excuse me, bit of a cough. Right, let's just have a look. Well, actually, I can connect the speaker up temporarily anyway. I don't really want to put it back in the set until I've repaired it. So let's hook this thing back up again. Now that we've done those caps, and just have a listen. Incidentally, with it out of the chassis, sorry, the chassis out, it's probably was still really difficult to get into those. You see those two red transistors in there? That's the AF114 and the AF115 in the front end. They look pretty difficult to get to without taking that board completely out, which is going to be a blimmin' nightmare because that dial cord assembly is all on there. Don't really want to mess with that too much at all. As I say, they are working. I can just about reach in there to cut the screen leads off. But yeah, I can certainly lift the screen leads on them anyway. That's not a problem. So I think I'll probably do that, just in case there was an issue with them. So let me just connect this speaker up with a couple clip wires. And I think we can give it another test. Let's zoom you out a little bit. What's Benji saying? Switches need cleaning. Which switches, Benji? I've just cleaned them. Is there other switches in here that I haven't seen? The potentiometers need sorting really, but I can't physically get on them really without drilling a hole in it. I don't like putting it down through the shaft because might be able to get some in there actually. Don't like putting it down through the shaft because it loosens up the grease. Yeah, I might be able to get some in there in a minute. Let's just try this first then. Let's get myself hooked back up. I mean, if anything, we'd have improved the audio, but the audio already sounded pretty good, to be honest. It was very good. So where are we? Let's go VHF. Let's get a bit of wire on the aerial lead. And let's see if it still works. Right, I think we are good. Let's put that up there somewhere. Typical, isn't it? Those pots look to be sealed. Yeah, there's a little tiny slot in there that I think I can just widen up a little bit, just to get a bit of switch cleaner in there, or some fader lube. So I managed to get some switch cleaner in the on-off switch, which is good. Stop that arcing. Let's pop some power on. So a tune.
It's a transitional period, and if we find that if we just pull someone out, they are likely to go back to their traffickers and never come back. Whereas if we're able to support them, to encourage them to leave their exploiters, that's the support provisions that we would provide.
Whilst Isabel wants to escape her abusers, Jess Phillips says the system doesn't make it easy.
I mean, it's very easy to imagine her life and think of it in terms of, you know, amazing biopic you could watch on the television where everybody who's ever abused her ends up behind bars and she goes on to be free and safe. But life doesn't work like that. So for me, the outcome that is best for her is that...
Medium wave. It needs to be that way for medium wave. Oh, hello, we've lost our speaker lead. Just pop that back on.
Around the country. If they'd had any chance of helping them, Andy Oliver.
So, cracked in the sun.
There we go. She's working. To be fair, the volume and the tone aren't scratchy at all, but can just about get some switch cleaner in there, I think. We're going to get you in here. Let's get you in a bit closer. Let's look at this one first then. On this one, aren't we? Let's get that speaker out of the way before it gets damaged any more. Not that I've damaged it, but yeah, can you see there's like a little push piece being pushed in there? Well, I can just about see a slit in there. So I'm just going to see if I can give it a little bit of a tweak to open it up. And yes, I can. So I now have somewhere I can squirt my switch cleaner. And Mrs. Cruncher is on fire. Everybody out. Cool. Fire! Fire! Right, so we'll try and squirt some in there. It's going to go everywhere probably. Actually, I don't want it to go on that tuning cap. Let's put something in between. Well, that certainly went in there. Like I say, everywhere else. But not on the tuning cap, which is good. Dinner's in the bin. How you doing, Rich? I was going to have a look at as well. There's a little tiny capacitor in that yellow thing down there. Well, that's that one. I've also got the same sort of thing on the volume pot as well. If you can see there, there's a little tiny cutout just there, and that one's already open really. So it's almost like they've made provision, but not quite, if you know what I mean. So that's now got a decent hole in it, so we can get some in there. Yeah, that's gone in one side and out the other, so must have worked. Give that a bit of an exercise. Take the battery out of the detector, yeah. Let's work that all the way through it. It's cleaned up the aluminium, lovely, that stuff. So I'm using this fader lube on it. Apparently is the weapon of choice for potentiometers, according to X-Ray Tony B. Because a potentiometer is a sort of sliding control. It's not really a switch, which is what the switch cleaners are for, switch contacts really. I mean, we've always used Servocell. Never had anything else, did we really? But apparently that is the way to go. Let's clean that up. I'll tell you what would be interesting, to see what we could pick up on this thing with an external aerial, because I mean, well, saying that, yeah, it should tune up on my amateur antenna. My 2m70 should give us an external aerial. It's not quite that accurate. The discone would probably be better, but I haven't got that up at the moment. Took all that down in the storms. Need to get it back up again. Okay, so it's at a good service now anyway. We've got a scratchy tuning cap on AM. Is that down to the bars here not grinding it out properly? They do look a bit tarnished. Let's put a little drop of deoxit on those then. So let me just show you what I'm doing. I didn't realise it's in quite as close as that. Where's my tuning gang? There we are. Okay. So on these tuning gangs, you've got these bars here, these wires. Can you see them going across? And that's your ground connection to the shaft. So that needs to have a good clean contact, and that's not particularly clean. There's also one at the back there you can just see. So you want a little tiny bit of deoxit on them. Do not want that going into the thing. A little tiny bit up there. Into the veins, that is, I meant to say. It's not coming out. There's a little tiny bit. That might stop the scratchiness, but let's go over it with a brush. What have we got here? Brush is a bit big really, but can't really get into the other one very well. Just going to give that a bit of a blow out. You probably want a little bit of deoxit down the bottom end as well. The back end of it here. Are those black craps not being replaced? You can show that, no problem. I did sort of say, because they're not really causing a nuisance, Harvey, I was going to leave them. I mean, what's your thoughts on it yourself? I mean, they're never great, are they, the Hunt's caps? But I know for a fact if we test them, they'll be wrong. They won't be intolerance for sure. Yeah, thanks for that, Doug. That is my understanding. Mark Hennessy also suggests electro lube for pots. Electro lube. Now, have I got some electro lube here? I don't know. I've got a couple different brands, but I don't think. I mean, mainly I've got Servicol Super 10, and I've got some that Mr. Cody's let me have. What's that? A foam cleaner. Servicol. Oh, that was some. Yeah, that was the stuff that Paul Cody's uses. Electrical cleaner. But whether that's sort of the. Yeah, that's removes grease, etc. Yeah, that's like a grease remover. I've got a similar thing to that from Maplin's here somewhere. Maplin's used to make three. They used to make a contact cleaner, a switch cleaner, and a label remover, I think. Something like that. So you seem to think we need to get rid of these black caps. Show that. Where's my moderators gone? Where's all my mods gone? I think it was Anthony that suggested using that and gave me the link to Tony's Tony's video that he did on it. Take care. You think those are the stop pegs for the internal slider? What? Not really up with you there, Derek. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, yes. Sorry. They're the stop pegs for the internal slider of the potentiometers, those bits that I've just widened out slightly. You nipped out and mowed the front and back garden, okay. Someone needs to hack the chemical makeup of deoxit and change it in a minor way to avoid patent liability. Yeah, it is expensive stuff, it is. But Anthony very kindly gave me a website, I can't remember what it was now, Roxy or something like that, that did it. Okay, I think that's pretty much there for the minute. It might be worth doing those hunts, pulling them and just having a look to see if what they've changed to, but I don't think it's going to stop the radio working. It might affect the tone. They might affect the tone, but oh, the only other thing I was going to do was just lift the legs on those transistors, wouldn't I? In the front end. Service, I don't think's overly expensive. So we've got the 2 transistors in here. So I can just about get to the board to remove the contact, I think. To remove the shield wire. I don't think I'll cut them, I'll just take them off, and then at a later date I can always pop them out. Let's just get zoom back out again. So how am I going to prop this up then? So I really want to prop it up like that. Can I use Sean's blocks here? Maybe. It's a bit wibbly wobbly. Electrolube is about £8.50 a can, that's reasonable. I see, I always thought Electrolube and Servicel were like the same thing, really. But I could well be wrong. I usually am. Right. I think I can get to both of those. It's not going to be easy. But I think for peace of mind, even though they're not showing us short, doesn't mean to say in a week's time they won't short out. So it's well worth just lifting them if I can get at them. Can't get that in there for sure. I did have some tweezers here just now, but once again I've got a messy bench. There we are. Cool. God, I can't get that one, I don't think. Can I? I can probably move it actually. If I pop it that way and pull it up. That's better. Now I can get at it. Cool. I say that, no, I can't get at it really. God, dear, oh dear. What I don't want to do, I don't want to melt that plastic thing like I just have done. Can I get in behind there? There we are. I hope I haven't just pulled the wrong one out. No, that is the right one. Okay. That's that one. That's one out. Just regroup. Let's move around a little bit. He's nicely out. So they are sort of soldered through the board. It just looks like they're sat on top, but they're not. Okay, we're going to get to this one. Here we are. So that's both of the shields out of the way. So a bit of melting on there, but that's not gonna stop it moving, I don't think. No. It's very clever. So let's see if I can get you in on that. Just have a look, see what I've done. Can you see that? So I've just bent the legs. There's this one here, which you can just about see sticking out, and that one. Let's say there was no voltage on those, so they weren't shorted, and the actual, I didn't check the voltages on them, did I? But so I'll make sure that they don't touch against the shield. Let's get them down this way a little bit, out of the way. That one. There we are. Legs lifted. Triple donkey. What function do the shields serve if you can remove them? It's really to shield the transistor, I suppose, from picking up interference or stray signals from something else, potentially. I'm not 100% sure, to be fair. But ultimately, it would be better to take them out, zap them, and then put them back in with the shield wires. It just connects the can that surrounds all the junctions to ground. It's better to have them than not, I suppose, but they don't tend to make any difference to the performance of the set, whether they're connected or not. I don't know if anyone else has got anything to add to that, but I certainly haven't personally found any problems with the set's operation by disconnecting the shield wires. I'm trying to think which way around that went. That way, I believe. I'm just going to pop this shield back on because it's damn sight easier to do it when I've got the chassis out like this. Just double check there's nothing else. Let me just zoom you back out. Grapes from the vines. We haven't got vines here, Danish. Okay, I was just going to have a look on the other side of the board just to make sure there's nothing in there that I need to be worrying about. There's no electrolytics. There's some carbon resistors that may have gone high, but I'll say it is working. There's some adjustment points which are going to be an absolute pig to get to. So certainly this is a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because it's going to be difficult to get in there on those adjusters. So it's got to go that way around because of where all the adjustment holes are. Fully home. Appears to be. I believe there's a little nut that went on there, wasn't there? And on there. Two nuts and two washers. Let's pop that back on. While we're at it. So Les was saying something about wasn't tracking very well. It could be because I had the shield off, Les. Right, because we've done that alteration and cut those shield wires off, it's worth just checking that again. So let's have a bit of a tidy up. We'll get the speaker up and give it another go. And then we're getting close to finishing time. So I hope you've enjoyed watching this thing working. It was still a mystery, but we think probably the spray we put on that pot cleared it. Cleared the problem. Because we can see the diodes now on this side of the board as well. Now we've got this side open. But down in here. Oh, hello. Hello. Well, we mentioned hunts. Look what I've just seen, and this is probably in the discriminator section. Interesting. Let's get you in. We've got to do one. I was just looking at the diodes. So can you see the discriminator diodes are down here? I believe that's them anyway, here. But lo and behold, just underneath it, we have a Hunt that's decided to break apart. Now, it probably is still okay inside, but obviously damper's got in there, hasn't it? I think it's a 0.01. It's difficult to say because it's all broken apart, but it looks like we're going to need to do that one. And that is in the discriminator section. Let me just see if I can work out on the circuit what that one is. And that could well be the cause of our discriminator issue. Oh, I see what you're saying, Les. Yeah, it could be because the capacitor was shorting out, Les. Whew, right. Let me go back to the circuit. Let's have a look. Where are we? That is down the bottom here. That is C40. Okay. C40. Where is C40? Okay. Yeah, it's in the FM section, I believe. 0.01. If I zoom in. So here's our two diodes. And there's C40 there. Now, test point 1 is used. It's obviously in the VHF line, look. I would assume that RV1 is for setting the discriminator. Test point 1 is all to do with the alignment of the FM as well. So, yeah, C40.001 broken in pieces, but it may well still be a capacitor. You can test it roughly when it comes out on the LCR meter. It could be the issue. It could be, Doug. It might have reformed, as we said. But I didn't expect it to be a non-polarized one. We've certainly got to get it out. So, 0.01 is a 104, is it? 0.0 and 103. 10 NF. 103. NF. NF is not a size I have a lot of. My 250 volts AC. 250 volts. I've got these. Now these, I don't know where I've got these from, but they're marked stability. Does that mean they're sort of like a special cap? It's got very low tolerance, perhaps, I don't know. Oh, these. Was stability the name? Because I've got another one there. Looks like a Hunt's, actually. I'm going to stick that one in, though, if it'll fit. Really, to test it properly, you need to get it on the bridge, but we've got time for that today, unfortunately. Will that reach, though? That's the other issue. No, it won't reach, so we might have to use one of those axials. Right, let me just get it out. It's just, there's like a plastic sleeve around those Hunts, and if the damp gets in, it cracks them, and I think that can affect their operation. So I'm going to have to get one of those other ones out, aren't I? Surprised I haven't got any more 10NFs knocking about. Actually saying that, I probably have got one up there on my... Let me just have a look in my... if I can reach it. So it's a 103 10NF. I mean, these are high voltage, but doesn't matter. 102. .01. Yeah, one of those will be fine. That'll be better. So I've got one of those, look. That'll sit in there better. A bit longer leg, bit overkill really. 600 volts. But it's going to reach better than the other one. Was it too big? That should be fine. Let's pop this one out then. Well, that says it all, doesn't it, really? That cap was absolutely knackered. Technical term, obviously. Right, let's see if I can unwrap this now. Phew, that stinks. Absolutely honks. Burning Hunts smell. Come on. Come off. Get off of there. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. There's bits of dead hunts everywhere here. Let's just get all them bits out. Right. So that could well have been our problem then. So I can't even test that one because it's so bad. Screwdriver and push that down while I'm heating it. Right, snippy snip. So I'll get that speaker repaired in the week. And then next Sunday we can maybe have a quick recap and then move on to another radio or radios. I can't remember which was next in line. I think it was the 2 Hacker Rangers. So it could be Hacker Ranger Day next Sunday. National Hacker Ranger Day, maybe. Let's get you down then. Let's get a bit of clearing up done again. Yeah, that is knackered. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, it certainly points towards maybe needing to change the other ones as well. Let's get the speaker back up. Sean! It was, mate. That could well be the problem, Sean, couldn't it? So I did sort of think it was a capacitor reforming, but I didn't think it was going to be a non-electrolytic one. I thought it would be an electrolytic, but... So final test just to make sure everything's all right, because we have cut the shields on the VHF FM front end. Yeah, that's right way up. Right, here goes. Fire in the hole. Need an aerial connected. It's not quite long enough. We're on FM.
When I mean it.
Right, number 21. So let's take you back to number 23.
Pakistan chase, openers Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan were both dismissed.
Easter won Europe's richest...
Wow. Let's have a look at medium wave. Now, what do we do to medium wave? I can't remember now. Did we do anything to medium wave? Oh, yeah. Of course, I put some deoxit on the tuning shaft, didn't I? And give it a brush through. Yeah, still shorting out on one end, I think. Yeah. So that tuning cap needs some more attention for sure. I thought I maybe cured it by that, but... there we are. Well, that's certainly... FM sounds great. No problem with FM whatsoever. Just a scratchy tuning cap on the AM, which we need to sort. Whew. Right, so we're here. Knackered is a technical term. It is. You use that rubber mat in your tool bin, do you? Yes, it's nice. So that's it for now. I've just caught up with all the chat. So again, thank you for super chats. And next week, as I say, I'll get the speaker done. And I might have a look at those other hunts and replace them. Then we'll get it back in the chassis. Well, I'll have a look at the alignment just to see that it is correct. If it is, it can go back in the chassis. So that's it for today, people. If you've enjoyed that, then give it a thumbs up if you would, please. And if you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button because, as I say, we're near that magic 5,000 figure, which I think is quite a good milestone for someone that's just doing live videos. I did get some negative sort of comment in the week saying that it's no wonder my videos haven't got much views because I spend so long on live stream trying to fix stuff. But they just don't get the point, do they? That's the whole thing. That's what this is about, really. It's just getting together and having a look at something and trying to fix it between us, really, because you guys help a lot. Thanks, Danish. So there you are, people. Catch you next week. Have a good one. Stay safe and all the rest of it. And see you soon. Bye for now.